Stream 50. Plan is big view. Good enough. Oof. It's 6:30 p.m. I don't have any other schedule or any schedule for tomorrow. I'm a little tired, so that's a good thing to start with. Yesterday I cleaned this. Today I spent over 2 hours cleaning my email inbox. I think I deleted or archived over 15,000 or over 10,000 emails. Many of them I just searched particular sender and then just mass deleted 250 at a time. But now at least my inboxes are pretty clean. Nothing in primary, all inboxes, nothing there. Feels good. So, the vision about this is I will go through this again, form larger views, and then I might switch to the canvas, which I quickly tested yesterday. What is new base? Table. Wait, that was okay. New canvas. I must start use this because it might look better, but also it's cleaner. There is the is snapping available here? I don't think so. So this is just more freehand and not that clean. This I have seen some YouTubers using. In the stream settings, I could have analytics showing that would show the viewers, which of course is 0 most of the time, but sometimes I see that, okay, someone is watching this and I don't like the feeling. So instead I switch that off, so I don't see if someone is just going by, but instead they can write to chat if they would like to interact. I thought about this just a little bit, and AI is definitely, or it doesn't matter that much what is more important than the other one. That AI is needed before democracy, I think, but democracy is needed to regulate AI. Third one here is money. In a sense, both of these are, it seems, text fields, so let me make that. Economics. I don't think I can center it that well, but this is the third at least, which obviously is super, super important when it comes to world peace, that it's often these two that are too close to each other, politics and economics. Economics is interfering democracy, and separation of the two should be made, that regulations are done for the people and markets will just adjust to them. Of course, those markets are run by humans, hopefully, or controlled. Their needs should also be met. So it's not just that, hey, I would like to focus on poor people first. No, of course, it's everyone at the same time. But is this even? Wait. Ah, no. Well, it's fine. Or it's not. What is this? Okay. I thought there was text field, but no. Now there is. Easier to manage it. Can we just go together? What? I'm confused. Okay, now it works. So, the important part was, of course, the work is done for all. Even billionaires, even any world leader, that they should have good life as well, good opportunities. That's the world peace. And I think these three, could I come up with some better way to group, plan topics? All of these are huge. Maybe politics here, but as that is my goal, I would like to keep it democracy. Economics is running the world currently and kind of always. Who has the best stuff? most resources. In the future, it's also who has the brain. Trying to look for microfiber cleaner or cloth. Do I have that here? There. So yeah, AI is very interesting because suddenly it's not who can have the most manpower, most people, or even the biggest economy, but who manages to leverage AI and future tech the best. What else could there be? Money, politics, AI. Science is not needed. World peace. Many people care most about the climate. They could maybe put climate here for themselves. That's not that important for me. Let's copy that. So I'm not gonna focus on that. I have explained it many times. But I can adjust. If I die because of climate, then it's fine. I want to focus on something else. So what else? Climate. Science. No, that's not it. If new discoveries are made in science or engineering, economics will just eat it. And both governments and companies leverage AI. It's very unclear what will happen. It doesn't matter. I'm taking too much time here. So these are the big three that I will be focusing on. Let me find politics. And some targets. I might write them here, why not? become as knowledgeable. No. What? Study, be able. Okay, I think this is very clear, although misleading. I don't want to be president. Just so boring idea. Became a billionaire. And integrate with AI. These are my goals. And I briefly explain. So become a president, what does that mean? It means the state of mind and also knowledge that and communication skills. I could create a speech like a president. I have the knowledge of geopolitics, political structures, cultures to be a president. Of course, considering Donald Trump, there isn't really much needed, but it's just in other countries there might be more requirements. So that's a mindset. Also this, become a billionaire. Know how economy works, how businesses are built, how they collapse. Also be able to see patterns by looking at geopolitics, how economy behaves, and this could be a goal. I very much doubt would ever come to this position, because making money is not my target, but the knowledge, I think I would like to live this life curious and develop myself. Why wouldn't I try to become rich while doing it? That what is better way to learn about economy than integrate into it, start businesses and see that world. I think that's very good goal on the side. And then integrate with AI. Integration it's not clear what that means here, but basically I would like to be in a position where I could say that I master with AI tools, that I understand AI completely. I can create a new product using AI chatbot, LLMs, or other sort of machine learning, create large systems, understand normal classical computing, maybe go into quantum computing with AI. That's the mindset. And combining all this is possible, and most fun way to maybe achieve this someday. Does the plan sound any way realistic? I'm 28. If I get to live the next 20 years, who knows? But yeah, that's the plan. Philosophy, psychology, very important for, well, all of these actually. And then being vegan, doing this alongside, very good. But I think that's good enough of a initialization. Democracy is the most important one for me. I will put that in the middle, because I know I'm using and I will use a lot of AI tools. But is it something that I would find that I would like to use if this was the case? Probably not. AI art is fine for things where there isn't any, or that particular piece that I want. But would I prefer human-made art? Yes, absolutely. That's the idea, that I want to, well, I'm the ultimate observer of human life. Of course, I want to see my people and their achievements, their art. AI is not part of that, at least in this way that it has been. Okay, that's the plan. Now I want some space so that I can start filling this up. Give me some politics. That's part of this. Some ideas, that's good. One thing about AI, I want to start leveraging this a lot. Now that I have finally bigger plan, I will start feeding this information to AI and really try to use it as much as possible to quicken my workflows, work output, that it understands what I'm trying to do and and where I'm at. So I will, as these nodes are already public, or anyone could, if they wanted to, they could go and download this. I don't have any problem feeding these to AI as well. Okay. Helping community, this is a mini democracy, or it has many purposes, but this is the main goal. What's that noise? This is the main goal. And before this can happen, everything needs to work here. If it doesn't work, if communication, learning doesn't work inside a community that contains very motivated people from all backgrounds, if this community doesn't work like perfect, there is no hope trying to achieve the same here, which I mean is global democracy. So it starts with this. This is sort of, it's not needed to be connected to this. Also not this as well. They're from helping community. So of course people have interests to all of this, but that's not necessary. This, I think, will be the most useful for building democracies. That can people change, build themselves inside helping community? If they can, that can then be transferred into people who want to live a normal life, that are living. They're trying to get partners, they are trying to find good jobs and build homes. They're peaceful little bubbles. So cute. Okay. Seven p.m. Needs a vision, definitely. Needs a vision, communication. Communication, under that there are two kinds, or there are multi-level communication. Maybe I could try to visualize it here, that there are nations. Actually, it's not just nations. It's like EU. Groups of nations. Maybe this could mean culture, culture A, and then culture B. What is the EU's? And let's say EU is sort of a nation. South Asia. So Pakistan, India, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka. What is the connection? What's the relationship between these two? That's one issue, or that's the last one. How to bring together very large chunks of people and different cultures. Then inside here, there are nations. I will do this only for one, like France, Germany, like Germany. And then other nations. Nation. Group of nations. Even, of course, each group will have its own they're gonna have their own culture, but maybe I will. Is that necessary? Okay, maybe it's not. Just confusing. Group of nations. This is not a good example, but let's do maybe Spain. I think in Spain, Catalonia is an autonomous community of Spain designated as a nationality by its Statute of Autonomy. Its territory is situated prehistory, Middle Ages, modern era. Organizing a referendum on Catalonia's independence from Spain. Anyways, the meaning here is that no nation is fully might have its own problems or conflicts. Nations are divided, or groups of nations are divided into subgroups, and then they're like how would I say this? Inside territories. Catalonia and the rest of Spain. territory. Why am I so inefficient? But there are conflicts inside of like China, Taiwan, well, it's sort of here. In Finland, there is the, wait, I think I can, Poland. So that is, we have maps here. We checked all. Tampere. Poland, lovely place. It's sort of closer to mainland Sweden, and if I remember history correctly, this belonged to Sweden before Russia invaded Finland, and then Finland fought back. There was Russian military base here, and when Finland pushed Russia away or defended itself, at the end they occupied that Russian base, and then Åland remained with Finland, although they would like to join Sweden. So is Finland conflict free? Not exactly, but I'm not gonna go into that detail. I'm pretty sure I'm wrong there, but meaning that of course there are these situations where is the is it where is the Kurdistan? That's here, and it was never recognized as a country because, again, if I remember correctly, when UK, was it US as well? I don't know which countries were mostly here, but after World War II, I think they fought still in Iran, and then when they left, they kind of divided the place and left Kurdistan out of it. So now they are harassed, I think, everywhere. Iraq, Iran, Turkey, Syria. But yeah, I have heard there are lovely people. I would like to visit, of course, this place. Very interesting. Middle East in general. But especially this place because, well, birth of civilization. Who wouldn't want to go there? Iraq, of course, having the 2 rivers. I don't know if this place has tried how much over the years, how is the global warming affecting it. But yeah, very, very interesting. I have heard there are some tension between Iran and US at the moment. Fortunately, I have been absent from the news, so it's not affecting my work. So inside nations, there are provinces. well, United States is a good example that the government doesn't represent all people, or yeah, all people similarly. California could be its own nation. It has quite different stance with Trump administration, and I'm sure there are other big influences. Texas, a lot of different places. Minnesota and Florida are probably quite different from each other. So it's not that simple that there are just nations and then governments inside them. Looking at this, but it's smaller. And then, of course, cities, or the rest of, I don't know about that, Catalonia, or okay, it has cities, but I don't know anything deeper than that. Now I need more space already. Let's bring all of this up. So let's say we have different provinces. If there are football leagues here, Real Madrid, probably. I don't follow Europe or any football. Barcelona. So these are inside Spain, and people could feel not hatred, maybe, hopefully, but brotherly how would I say? Well, some conflict. Like, is Finland and Sweden good buddies? Yes, but if there is an ice hockey match between them, at least Finland, yeah, they have something to say. They don't want Sweden to win. It depends on what. If Sweden was, yeah, of course they would like to win against each other, but I think, I'm not sure. If Sweden was against Canada in a World Cup, Ice Hockey World Cup, then I don't want Sweden to win. But if Sweden was against US at the moment, I would like Sweden to win. Maybe, yeah, maybe it's who it is against. But almost everyone else goes before Sweden. Maybe some countries like Russia and yeah, US. But yeah, that's kind of friendly. I don't know how heated people are in Spain, but when it comes to football, yeah, I have heard stories about some events in Paris, at least, regarding football matches. Now, it's not important to say provinces, municipalities. I have time. Province. Province is an administration division. Province or municipality. Yes, AI. I should have gone straight to you. Represents different hierarchical levels of administrative division within the country. Province is a large regional or state level entity, while municipality is a smaller local. So yeah, let's say provinces that, or municipalities that represents inside of a nation or bigger place. There are its own problems. It's a terrible row. And then inside provinces, let's say there are cities. So city. Do I do that? City and city. And even I could say part of city. Okay. Maybe, yeah, you get the point that it's not that simple to build the best democracy system. There are a lot of different people at different level. How do you change this? Group of nations. It is difficult. And then, okay, this is one way to think about it, but what if I created a line with other color? Let's say blue. There are a person here. They would have local politics, let's say here to the city, then municipality, province. Maybe I can do it like this. City, province, then nation. I will simplify it. And then EU. Four different levels of politics. City councillor, what's happening in the city. For example, right now, Tampere is expanding kind of north a little bit. This place will look completely different. Wait, this was pretty new. Frisbee golf route here. I just saw some Instagram post about future of this place, where all of this was built. Well, buildings, living buildings, living. Residential area that I could put here. Residential area, good. That's decided. Too many of these. Okay. Never went through this, that's fine. That's decided at the city level, probably. I don't know, I don't know about politics. Accidentally logged out. Where would I put my project that I'm involved? Gamify politics. kind of this, well, this works for any of these, but mainly it's about this connection to the nation, government. But it could work with EU level. In EU level, that's of course a possibility. But what would it fix is only the one person's involvement into, do you have a background? One person's involvement into politics, how they see politics, how they understand it, how they get into it. That's the plan. But what about communication? This is only one person, how they understand it, the solution. But that doesn't do anything. Everyone has their own mind. They don't want to change. So communication is other part. And that's these connections. How do different people from different cultures, backgrounds, knowledge communicate with each other and reach a common goal? In time, when they are together, yes, it happens. But how do you do this on large scale before humanity just kills itself? That making one change here changes everything here. So it is possible to make great changes, but the response, how it goes to affect an individual is very long. And yeah, it can completely switch their lives. And then they're angry. Hey, why is my life now ruined? And they blame, of course, EU. But what these guys were trying to do is change something, maybe, for the relation of some other place. I'm very bad at explaining this, mainly because I don't know much about any of this. Yes, communication, super important. More space, it's fine. So we have an individual, how to communicate with each other. Both of them have their own connections to all of these. How to reach common sense. And these people might be from different culture. Culture A, culture B. it's not just about communication, but they live in the same place, and suddenly this is an immigrant here. And racism, is that common? Yes. Why do racism happen? Because cultures don't merge well, probably. Religion. But language is hugely important. And integration. Integration is important. Let's make it smaller. How do these people integrate into the society? Let's put language there as well. There is this famous person, African American, who integrates into KKK groups and converts sort of the people there to not be racist anymore against blacks. How is that possible? Well, racism against other cultures is natural. There is this skepticism. It's not surprised that it happens on that regard, because it happens everywhere. People team up and then they go into us and them mindset. Color of your skin is very, very easy target, easy way to separate groups. Also gender, not gender, sex. And language. I have been with foreigners the last year quite a lot. The point where, I have also spoken English on my own, that it doesn't really matter that much anymore who I'm with. I don't even recognize that strongly that, wait, I'm talking Finnish here or English. That's the reaction. But what about others? How open-minded other people are, especially here, natives. Many don't have any touch with, any connection with an immigrant. Especially if they don't speak the same language. Anyways, this is just one example where development, improvement of this will help this relationship, and then it's just about communication when these are equal, more equal. they can have a communication about politics. And that's also, that represents this as well. I put that culture there. That what if these two people are not, okay, well then there wouldn't be integration and same language. Then it would rely only on communication. But I think, yeah, no. These people are needed, because if you think about this, if you can talk with anyone outside of these countries here, is your neighbor also an immigrant who has integrated well, who speaks the same language, let's say Spanish, then you can have a talk with them about this. Yeah, maybe they're from India. So you have access to someone, or you're in the same community as that person. Someone is from Peru, someone is from Finland, Sweden, China, South Korea. That you are exposed to all cultures, then this becomes easier as well. Yeah, some thoughts about this. Let's say metaverse is an interesting one. So of course we have the internet. I can go to, or I can have a conversation with anyone online, or from any for most countries, maybe not North Korea, but that's there. So we are already very close. Now doing this stream from Finland, but if someone would watch this in South America, then yeah, it would be quite close connection. But metaverse, what this represents is even bigger connection. The year 180 videos are very realistic compared to just this normal screens I have here. So there is potential that if some sort of metaverse would happen, next phase of the internet, then there would suddenly be this one country, sort of. If some places like America, China would allow their citizens to join that, there could be another common country in a sense, from all nations, all groups of nations. That would be the metaverse. It's just an idea and not that necessary maybe, but that's all something, or I have this for that reason. And it can represent internet here some way. Okay. United Nations, it's also here somewhere. I know so little about United Nations that it's shameful. Even more space. But both of these come from this. Of course, metaverse will be between people, but just represents this state. And of course, I will change this later. Communication. And communication, you could say communication between person and or city and province, communication between provinces. What's the relationship between provinces and larger territories, nations? So communication is everywhere. Transparent path. That's somewhere here. What is, if I wanted to have a meaningful life and I would like to be in a city council, how does that happen? Or I would like to advance. Hey, I would like to be member of parliament. How would that happen? What is the path to this? And what is the path to become member of EU Parliament or member of United Nations or representative of a country in United Nations? News, of course. What news are, how does this person, how do I get news from the city, province level, country level, EU level, UN level? What are the sources? If I want to do research, well, it's kind of so goes with this, that how easy it is to find the information I want. That I want to build a house. Where are the regulations? I'm sure those websites are fine, but if I wanted to learn about law, yeah, I don't know. They're just questions. Requirements for democracy. People need to be as smart as possible. Communication of the politics needs to be good. So I have AI here, economics, that's separate. So not only, or okay, actually no. This is about trying to make people smarter. It's not about communication. Let's put it there. Make people smarter about politics. That's the project in a nutshell. And news is, of course, communication. This will, okay, part of this project is also to make or create new sort of new or other what is the term? Other kind of communication from the political issues and happenings, but mainly it's about, or the goal is to make people smarter, not to educate them and not to inform them. Is metaverse even here? Should it be here? Metaverse is also here, connecting different cultures. Okay, maybe this represents people who are in a different country, so they're in a different size of the world. Sure. And this represents people who are both in the same city. But like this line is too long. One task is to make integration, language learning easier. Make this easier, any one of these. And it's not just for the person here in the city. Also, you can kind of see this as a network. If I'm here, then what is the connection? I'm here, I climb this other hierarchy to this level, then I jump here. How easy it is to follow this path, this city. What are the connections? That's interesting to me. And here, the helping community, that's something I'm very interested in, is what are the connections between different larger topics. If I'm interested in these three, what about this? Climate. Or, okay, climate is bad, environment is bad. I thought about changing this earlier, but it's not that important for me. What is the connection between all of these? All of this to this environment? Even though I would choose not to focus on it, I would still want to know about this connection. All of these are connected somehow. That I could take a 5-minute tour here, read about what they're talking about, and then come back. Connection needs to be there. If there are two people, I'm here tackling this, and someone is here. I want to know what they're doing and what is the connection to them through our work. Because I can't go directly maybe here, but yeah, it's difficult to explain. It's a feeling mostly. But the point was that in this community there are different targets for people, and they are interested or on different things. There are these connections. How do I communicate with someone who knows about this but doesn't know about this? That represents this sort of, these communications. From a different background, what is the way to communicate? Is it to set a 2-hour meeting? And then what? What is needed? Do we need to change our philosophies, which is the main thing I want, or I try to do mostly, just go straight to this philosophy or very quickly. Then I know that person, okay, so these are your reasons for this. Otherwise, it's guessing. It's sort of like if I'm here, I know this, then I would like to know this person, but I just see EU. That doesn't represent the people. You don't see this, you don't see this, you don't see this, you don't see this, you don't see this. So getting to it deep enough. I'd like to develop futures constantly improving vision. That's this. That's what I'm building now. This is a bigger vision, bigger plan, and I will keep refining this, changing it. What I talked yesterday. Now, make a break. Take a break. Which one? Screen there. Good. Okay. Even if someone would have the best solutions, without good communication, yes, marketing. What I can do is analyze others' communication solutions and make my own as well. Let's clean this a bit. What? Okay. Clear. This could be, for example, some platform app that makes it easy to help by providing a category of different projects and easy instructions how to get started. Vision of a community that has a hierarchy like in any organization, but its main points, it's transparent and easy to climb. I talk about that transparent path to power positions. Is there any gatekeeping in the roles? Shouldn't be corruption. I mean, people on top are responsible to people on the bottom, not vice versa. Anyone should be okay to step back from their roles, being unselfish. That's very difficult, I would imagine. I'm very okay at just not be at a leading position, power position, but that's because it's just boring. It's more, and it's work. How would this community communicate? Just a bit of question there. Is there anything else I can? Could you clean this up? That's good, I guess. Gatekeeping roles shouldn't be corruption. Vision of hierarchy like any organization. Okay. It's this. This is a project that I could do where the aim is here and this helping community, but the same concepts could be used outside of it as well. So transparency is key here. That if I go to some website, that I'm not just stuck with the wall, that I need to find some links, and then I get to the forum. Okay, this is the forum. Then what? Can I see what's going on, or is it just text thread, post thread? That's most forums that I know, and by good reason, of course. If there would be more streaming, it's costly, costs a lot. I'm not expecting there to be, other than specifically streaming sites like Twitch, what I do on YouTube. But it's not the point. The point is the vision. And that's why I need to do research to find these people who have visions about this, maybe collaborate with. this is a project. Let's create. Project. Collaboration platform. How am I able to make it larger? And not just do that. I guess it's fine. Okay. This is one project. Collaboration platform. Let's red. I have gamifying politics. Although maybe that's green. 8 p.m. Where are these? These projects will output something real. There's something I can show. What can I show with my Chinese skills or communication skills? Of course, okay. This is something I can do something with. No, wait, no, it's not. Just having communication skills itself means nothing. If I were to give a speech, okay, that's another. That would be a project, that would be something real. But just this as itself means very little before I leverage that. Personal website development is connected to this collaboration platform. I will use this to build the features that are really for this, that are really for this communication between people. So there are these, there's some path from this to world peace in the end. I have explained this in the first streams, maybe the first stream, I don't know. That I will use my data, who I am, what I do, as an example. There could be news that I will create a card, news card, what happened today, what I was able to do today. How efficiently, how well am I able to communicate that through different channels as well. That is in the future. And all of these are just skills. Teaching, storytelling, creating presentations, they're tasks inside of these projects, marketing. This is about a lot, actually. It's about video editing, it's about marketing, storytelling, collaboration, sharing ideas, sharing information. Where would that go? Learn cultures. That's why all of this exists here. With Arabic, I get closer to Middle East cultures and Islam, Muslim culture, Chinese, well, China. But learning this is just to learn cultures to be able to create maybe gamifying politics solutions or just other types of communication. As I said, this project is, or this collaboration platform is in the end for creating better communication between different cultures. So knowing more cultures, that's beneficial. Why did I get this email? Talk money. Very much not necessary. Promotion. Everything 20% off. But I don't need anything. Yes, living as a nomad, that's about it. But not only. Okay, it's not only about that. What is helper of humanity? What does this mean? I think it's too large. But Excalitrol is cutting the last character in half. What is helper of humanity? What does this have anything to do with any of this? It's about reach. It's about visibility. Why don't I write this down? Reach, or let's say influence, reach, visibility of helping, no, important world matters. Motivation. Path. Optional path. inspiration. In the good vision, it's at least this. Why am I trying to, or why am I already helper of humanity? Okay, there are internal reasons. This means I work all the time. I get to know more, do more. That's good. And then I can get into the position for help. So it's fun for me to be a helper of humanity. But from the bigger sense, I can give these to others. I can help them in that way. By being motivation, I have a lot of energy. I can try to at least motivate others. Maybe inspire, give someone ideas what they could do as well. I don't know how good of a role model I will become, but you never know. There are other weird people as well. Maybe it will give someone options. Visibility of important world matters. Every one of this community is automatically an ambassador for the causes. If someone comes to talk to me, I might talk about democracy. I might mention AI, economics, environment. So that's part of the job. And also kind of mandatory, because I can't talk about anything else. Why did this happen? I have no idea. If I restart it. Nice, it was fixed. So yeah, ambassador. So just this could boost everything here. If I try to do this alone, just did one project for 10 years, how far will I get compared if I inspired 100 people and all of them worked a little bit on any or every sector? How much more would that create? And also in 10 years they would be there, so it would continue to help. That I wasn't just doing one private project, but actually at the same time I was the ambassador. I found people who wanted to help. I gave them some options, helped them decide how they could do that by providing maybe better collaboration platforms, giving better visibility. Of projects, making it very easy to join this community. Is it EA? I don't know. So by focusing on communication skills, or in just general self-development, learning cultures, living as nomad, I put it here under learning cultures. yes, of course, that as I walk alongside people on those or on different from different cultures, I learn about them, but they could also learn about me from my culture, Finland. If it, yeah, it doesn't have that exciting culture, I think, but it's an exchange, and it might be interesting to give them an avenue to follow what's happening in other parts of the world as well. So finding people from different cultures to join this world or global community maybe, or just to think about political matters. I think this is very, very easy thing to decide, but of course that's beneficial. So helper of humanity includes a lot, and it's just, or it's mostly personality, the fact that I do this and not just the results of any projects. How do I decide what to focus on? That is the best question. But now that I have this, it's a very rough sketch, but it's something that if I can create a new idea, hey, I could do this. Maybe I could learn about UN. Why would I do that? Now I can kind of see how it connects with other, and of course, yeah, UN, other projects. Why am I focusing on this? Is it more important to focus on something like this or connection between people and not knowledge about UN? How much is UN doing lately? I don't know, because I haven't researched that. From time to time, yes, there are some mentions that, okay, UN, that. Mainly, I think that some representative of Russia said something, or yeah, become a billionaire. This is an interesting one, that what could be a goal with this? If I suddenly, or if I created a business and got 10,000 euros, okay, I can live with that for what, half a year, 4 months, depends on the country, but that's fine. That's okay. But what if I did 100k? That's 10 times more, or a million, became a millionaire. Suddenly I wouldn't need to, well, look for opportunities to get money. I could focus more on some other projects. What if I became self-dependent? Is it self-dependent? ability to rely on was self-dependent. Dependent, yeah, sounds a bit off. I'm sure it's fine. Becoming a self-dependent very soon, very early, would of course help everything else. If I have, let's say, 12 hours a day, and I need to spend 12 hours a day in a week is 84 hours, and 40 hours of that I need to spend on work, where let's say 25% of that time I can use for this life work. So it's 30 hours less. So 30 hours a week wasted. 50 weeks a year. What is it? 1,500 only. Yeah. 1,500 hours in a year for work that wasn't necessary. So becoming self-dependent would give a lot of time, a lot of resources. Suddenly it's not just the work that I do, but the way I live, how much time I spend on my food. Thinking about it. Today I bought food from online because it was cheaper than buying it from the grocery store. Vegan food, broad bean, crumbs or crust, I don't know. If I had money more, I wouldn't even think about it. But it's not that big of a deal. In my case, I think. I live in Finland, where the welfare is quite good, but I could find myself in a position where I would need to take some job that wouldn't pay that well and wouldn't be at all good for... Oh, okay, no, I shouldn't go there. I think mainly just it adds a little more time. I could communicate more easily, travel, yeah. And also getting into economics faster, yeah. Maybe if I had that €1,000,000, it's not just me, my life, that it would change. Maybe I can start sponsoring others. That I'm in a very good position, I think. I don't fear unemployment. I have nothing to lose. But there are other people who could help 40 hours a week just if they had the time. So yeah, okay, that enables a lot. That enables a lot. And investing should be started very early because it takes time. But it's not. How important is this? If I focused on this, then I would learn about democracy. Although, yes, I can do all three. Even if so this is certain. I will be focusing on this. But maybe it's about the projects. This doesn't give or make money. If I could come up with a good business where I can leverage these skills, or and it doesn't have to be some physical product or even a clear product. It can be a service. I have that. I have it here. Anyways, helper of humanity. One aspect of this is consultant, a coach, a teacher. Consultant, coach, something I can already do. I'm bad at that, but that's an example of a service. And if I focused very well on learning AI, making these projects, networking, a coach or consultant would be possible quite easily, because if others see my work and notice that I could help them, their products, their services, they could pay quite a lot. So it's scalable in a way, or not scalable, yeah, but still it could provide quite good pay. And the idea is that I would do similar coaching, consulting for free as well. Maybe this collaboration platform. Become a billionaire. Anything that I build, any business I build around this, that helps my goal, would be beneficial. if I did this well, getting a job, getting a right job is not a problem, because I think people or someone could contact me. Hey, we want you to work for us or with us. That's the plan, sort of. One plan. I will start getting opportunities by working very well, and especially AI. AI is still very sexy. I haven't heard or read the news lately if the AI bubble is happening, or the bursting of that bubble is happening anytime soon. In my area of coding, programming, the models are just getting better and better. So I'm not noticing it. Maybe it doesn't make economic sense for the companies that provide these tools, but the open source models are also getting better and better. So I haven't really put that much thought into it, but I don't think it will burst, at least that heavily. Yeah, the economics going there, the only problem is my morals. I don't have the same morals as many entrepreneurs. They just want money. They don't care about people in India building their products. They just want easy money, or the people who buy their services. There are these gurus or coaches already. I guess with AI, they have a harder time finding people who pay for that, but that's an example where it could be an online course that doesn't really give give that much value, just kind of a scam. Earlier, but I found the grid. Wait, did it go away? I don't like it. Is there a side panel here? Huh? Where did oh, something happened. Restart this. Can I do it from here? No. Compatible. New format for full plugin functionality. Those were plugins. But yeah, that so focusing on AI, focusing on this, kind of everything at once is the way to go. But how much? How do I balance it? Say tomorrow I have from 9 a.m. till 12 a.m. 15 hours. Take away breaks and eating 13 hours. What is the vision? What should I do? I will need to meditate on about this. I'm not using Iraq enough, but this is very good progress. I don't have any feeling that says that I need to create a new one or bigger plan. There isn't one. How can I have a bigger plan than world peace? Yes, it's just about, yeah, now that I have this, now that anything that I do, I will think through this view, this plan. I will start pushing myself to do the sessions as well as possible. And then compare. I will directly compare gamifying politics, helping or collaboration platform. What should I be focusing on? What are their strengths, weaknesses? Do I have enough knowledge about collaboration platform that I can start working on it right now? Yes, I can create ideas already. It's so easy to choose some static plan and then start following it. But this needs to be very dynamic. This stream, for example, 2 hours. I think it was good thing that I did this, but in the future, how would I value this? Or now, 2 hours spent. 2 hours on this. What was the end result? That I documented my path. It will make it more coherent if someone follows it, tries to understand my journey. Sure. What's that? What's the value of that? Maybe some value. Okay. But this was initialization, and I have had this problem for a long time where I think I'm done developing, but no, there's always something more. This time I reached another maximum, as I pointed out many times. I don't think I can create bigger idea. That's why yesterday I did feel a bit, and maybe today as well, a bit that depression feeling. That suddenly I don't have bigger plan. I always relied on that. It was very good excuse for my brain to not do, but continue planning, continue avoiding making a choice, because there was always something bigger. But now the direction is inwards and not outwards. I have set the boundaries: world peace, economics, democracy, AI. Now it will be, the focus will be on one of them. For example, integration with AI. Now I understand better that gamifying politics project, how it is, what is its role here. Okay. Okay. I can start this project. I can continue this project. I can continue networking, get into politics. No problem. I don't see any problem in that. Just require, or I have the resources already. I can work on myself. I can search the web. I can use AI to learn anything, at least to get a position where I could learn more if there are some information not presented publicly. I can start my videos. So many things I can already do. So it's just about priority, how big of a priority it is. What I don't have is money. That's something that would enable everything else. Living as nomad. What if I could start this next year or in 2 years? I had enough money, I could travel the world. I could work from anywhere. I could start learning cultures. Start learning the language in the regions where they speak this. I could then focus on this more. So I think, gamifying politics. Thinking of really pushing myself here, doing this project, doing it to a point where it has something to offer. I will use AI. It can provide me with a job. So if I do really good job with this project, I enable a certain job position. And of course it wouldn't matter any at all. If I did this very well, I would automatically become very good at using AI. And of course, anything I choose, I will work on my communication skills, presentation skills, and so on. But this project is already started. It's ongoing. It's over half a year old, and I still have a teammate. I have a network of people who know about it, are interested to hear updates. So there's no need to bring new product, new idea to them. That's very powerful, and it has its role. I will learn about gamification. I will learn about politics. As I thought about this 2 months ago, I think, or no, month ago, I realized that 80% it is, or mostly, actually, yeah, mostly it's something that will benefit my future, that I would at some point anyways want to know. The technology part is the only thing that I don't really care what technology I use. And then when I do this very well and learn how to do this, I will, or anything I choose, I will become this, I will become this, I will become this, I will become this. So this is certain that everything here I will become good at. So maybe at this stage, it's really about choosing the project and then leveraging AI and my mind capabilities like crazy. I think that makes sense. That makes sense. Communication is not needed. I don't know how to get most out of conversations. They are kind of pointless at this stage. I need collaborators. I don't even need collaborators. I just need to do. Because conversations, if I don't need any philosophy, zero. I don't remember when was the last time I got something meaningful from anyone else. At this stage, it's just personal philosophy. It's a tool, or that everyone creates their own safe place, way to think about this world. It doesn't matter. I'm not doing anything. And my understanding of them doesn't change, or of people in general. Why would I keep being social? This is the part that I'm very bad at. Doing work. My motivation is great. My enthusiasm is perfect. Work moral, everything is good, but my skills. Do I know how to make a website? Good website? No. I use AI, I prompt AI a lot. When was the last time I created a function on my own? I can't even remember. So what I lack is knowledge and skills. I can't handle right now even planning my life in Iraq, using Iraq. And I mentioned those conversations. I can't get enough out of them. In most conversations, it's just I want to find collaborators or help that person. I have my techniques, how I change my feelings, how I change my life better, remove stress. My life is perfect, but I'm interested to share that. I haven't gotten through to any person yet. The defenses are very strong. But of course, in my case, I have never even needed to break those defenses specifically for this, that someone else tells you what to do, how things are. Of course, I wouldn't have, and I wouldn't accept any of that. So what I have experienced is, at least with people I have talked with, that they're really scared about change. Some listen, but they're not that interested. I need to be the energy. And even if I consider, or even if I provide, I suggest that, hey, I could do more, I could help you. They don't want it. It's not required to have before you can accept help, or it's not required for you to figure things out on your own. The brain chemistry doesn't work like that. It's just not required for you to have that feeling, that clear feeling, I did this on my own. It's just an excuse, and it's a good one because everyone uses that. It's the strongest mechanism against foreign motivation. If someone is very interested and has the energy to work on your problems, then it's a threat to the brain that it needs to change. And very good excuse is, hey, I want to do this on my own. This is my own life. But still, what people do is they go into another environment, which is the same thing. You are changing yourself by going to an environment that changes you. You don't do it yourself. The difference is that this environment is much slower. That's why it's appealing. Okay. Think about my plans. So networking, that is easy. That's so easy. I had this thought that now that I have this idea, this what seems to be the correct way to approach my life, that I would first build this into my website, that I can link to people that, hey, get a look at how I see life, what is my goal, and how does it look like, seem like. But that would be a mistake, I think. I don't have that technical knowledge yet. I could do that, but for what end? Getting connections. I don't need connections. I have already experienced that what connections bring are people, but not the ones who do a lot. And if they do, I would still need to work on myself. Hey, how can I collaborate on this? Actually, that's very common, that someone mentions some project or asks if I'm interested. And what I answer is, I don't have the skills. So why am I even after connections? Maybe the path, that was previous. Previously, I thought that I want to get an understanding what things are, or how things are done. What do others focus on? But that's not anymore. I have this. If I focus on AI, meaning using AI tools to code faster, learn better, understand better, get news feeds, being able to customize my workflow, my life, learn languages faster, be in the front lines of that development, get a lot of options and potential for work. So if I chose that, how would it be wrong? If I focused on gamifying politics, which I know is interesting, it is in the right direction, how would that be wrong? So is it very clear what I need to do? My own business, well, that asks the same question. Even if I had the idea, can I create it? I don't have the skills, and even if I did, would I want to start with this level that I'm currently at? Start building some website where I could spend the next month daily using AI and increasing my skills, and then starting the business. Suddenly I could do that in a few days, much better. I would focus on software architecture, maybe. So I would have that correct, and then use AI for more smaller modules. So it's about skill and knowledge as well. Yeah. Why would I choose something without knowledge? So at the same time as I learn to use AI everywhere, and yes, I will look away from that environment there. By doing that, I will also learn more. How is my life looking like? Of course, I can't talk about everything, but if I now quickly think about it. Let's see, schedule quickly. Schedule. When thinking about my life, yeah, I have almost nothing. It feels like something is missing, that I should have more going on. But no, I meet my family members from time to time. There are some events coming next month. 2 months I will maybe go to Stockholm for the Nordic Effective Altruism Global Summit or some event. I have marked on my calendar 7th of April when there will be this garbage collection where I can give or throw out clean clothes, fabric. Otherwise, you need to pay for that if you throw it or go to some recycling center yourself. Okay, I'm not sure. I think, but I don't want to leave anything. So this is moving garbage truck that collects some things that you would need to go to recycling center. And for people like me, I don't have a car, and it's the most convenient. Okay, that was too long explanation. But yeah, that's there. But in my, yeah, I don't have much in my life. I have this feeling that it can't be this simple, because for my whole life there has been this unknown. What will be my what will I do? What is in my future? But don't have that problem anymore. Interesting. Take another break. Hmm. Okay. Continue developing big plan. I think the big plan is done. I'm now updating the vision, or updating the lives plan. These are to-dos. Research coaching. It's not necessary anymore. Business. To see the vision. Okay. Help for humanity. Help anyone personally if I have time. Help shape the world to make it better. Increase the brain's clock rate. Allow more energy usage. If I'm tired but not really, increase the energy usage. Increase excitement generally. Consider task I'm doing and possible the other one I could switch into. Be excited all the time. Okay. Am I excited about this? I'm a bit tired. It's very difficult to be excited, because excitement, you can think of it as I'm being ready for what will happen in the future beforehand. That's excitement. But then when I move to that, reach that goal, then excitement fades. The problem is that I don't reignite the excitement for the next step, the next step, the next step. Maybe had some this wisdom. I just created this thought now. Ability to be productive and use arc in any situation. Social change. Active. To remember it. This I haven't done in the last few days. I've been mostly working. That's why. Life management. Do many things at once without stress. I don't have stress that much. One mode. Yes. This one mode I'm slowly building, or it will build itself automatically. I'm noticing that because I have this one mode, I don't stress about things. I don't need to avoid anything. Everything is, I can just look at it and it's there. So it doesn't create these mystery rooms that when I leave that, I immediately start to wonder what's in that. Even though I would be 99% sure, still it creates stress. But this is super helpful. Conscious and thinking about my life in general level, feel relaxed and feel the extra energy. yes, it should feel like I have the extra energy. If I don't, then I shouldn't do. Should do more. Okay, this is what are the most interesting ones here. Not this I will do later. Increase the brain's clock rate, sort of. Hierarchy building. This might be one. More energy usage is good, but not necessary yet. This might be, if I think about running, this would mean run further, run for longer sessions, but this is the running form. Practically, you should do both, increase the distance and increase the form, but the form is much more important. In my case, I have run, 2,000 kilometers more in my life. I don't have good or the optimal running form. It doesn't come automatically. So this is more important. Schedule, not that important. Now that I have made this productive life as my norm, it's not difficult to keep it. Life management. It's good thing to consider or remember that, hey, take it easy, chill. Good things here. Now is the time to create a plan. I do feel weird that I don't have that written somewhere, but must be true because these two files I already organized everything else. Interesting. It doesn't add, or it adds a new tab because I'm not in there. If I were, it's pinned. Okay. Asking about anything in a separate window. Questions, constant conversation, strengths. I will get very familiar with this. Something happens here. Might be this. Different think how hard options for how long it will think. Haven't heard anything about that possibility. Where I sent that CV. AI is under life work. Life management, skills and knowledge. So AI. It's of course part of skills and knowledge as well. IRAC is in life management. That's not important. All of these are. Infant politics is the biggest focus point. I have known this for a month, but yeah, where all this time went. What are some tasks? What do I want from IRAC? Hmm. Accept integration end goal. I will explain this soon, but what else? Memes. Okay. This already I would put this first here. What? Increase information. That's the first goal. IRAC. The goal is to start using it. It's difficult. It's really difficult because every successful session is like changing my feelings. But the reward is not that clear. If I have some task I need to do and I feel anxiousness around it, the goal is simple, that when I do that the next time, I don't feel anxious. And that gives me motivation more. But IRAC is different because it's endless, and as I have many times said and say it again, I can already think pretty well. The problem has been how do I get into mindset that I have and situation where I have the motivation and possibility to think, but just thinking naturally, normally, that I have always done, it's fine. But I want to use IRAC, think even better, but in a different way. Using it, yeah, it feels different. So the goals are not that clear, at least subconsciously. Every time I open it, takes energy. And if I start building there, if I start changing something, I will face all kinds of bad feelings. My brain doesn't like it at all. but I can do it. I can still do it, and it just needs a very clear idea. What am I doing and why? But then I have experienced already 4 years ago those successful sessions where I was able to create like 100 new things there. But even nowadays, I might have days when just adding 2 things, building 2 things is difficult. Of course, because I have had such a large change or large changes lately, I have felt uncertainty about choosing the plan, how to build it. 9:30. Nowadays, do I develop IRAC every day? No, I don't. But that's the goal. I'm not gonna. I will. At least, let's start with. The thing is, if I put 5 here, I can do it. If I put 10, I still think I can do it. Let's try 10 for starters. As I said, I don't do this often or daily. So this is already a huge increase. Defining some goal is good. Now I have a target. AI. Accept integration and the goal. Accept integration and goal. This means that integrate with AI. Similarly, what I have done here, I have tried to plan bigger vision. It requires me to think about it, to make my brain accept, and that on the feeling level. I haven't accepted this yet. That's the first step, to go through what I discussed here, this plan, how do I feel about it, because I don't want to push myself. If I start pushing myself, I develop the wrong muscle. The correct form is important. And that was on that vision. Can I? Oh. It was here. Without stress. And then if I think about scheduling aims this time, I feel like it's not required anywhere particularly. So the target is, the vision is that most of the time my default state is perfect, is fully relaxed. I don't stress about anything. And then when I want to work on something, then I push myself, but in a way that develops myself and not just create this temporary power. So the aim here is to first be okay with the idea, because everything starts there. Even before I start to do it, how I feel about it. If I subconsciously feel, oh, I need to start streaming, it's not good. Of course, this is bad example, because when I then start streaming, it becomes easy, but this is different. Everything here, everything about using IRAC and developing my skills is difficult. Start everything at once. Here, learn about how it works deeper. So start a project to get an understanding, how could I develop AI? There are these open source LLMs. What if I try to modify one? I have already tested a few. What if I did that, but try to understand each metric, what they actually meant, instead of just trying out and then not having that knowledge, understanding that I could possibly teach someone else. So this journey, I will start, learn to use it in work I do already. One example is that gamifying politics. I already use it. I have, 14 days, no, 12 days to spend my next month worth of that Copilot credits. I think I have spent like 5%. I'm not gonna build the website, my own website, this month, I believe. So everything must go to that gamifying politics project. Or something else. With this, I don't know what I will discover, but it's important to have different viewpoints. This is about the deep side. This is from the viewpoint that I already do use it. That I shouldn't just start watching tutorials and think, hey, I will completely rework how I use AI. And then learn about every potential use case. It doesn't matter that it's not coding, which for me, in my case, might be the most important one, but video editing, creating images, creating videos. I'm not on board what's happening right now. What are all the possible ways people use it? What are companies that are built on top of some new potential or use case? And read news about it. So not just learn about every use case, but be on top of it. If some information or some new development happens that I know about it, I can have a conversation. I have a lot of, or some connections that are trying to, or are interested in AI. Currently, I don't have much to talk about because I'm not in the front lines. What did I write on my LinkedIn? I have to check quickly. What did I write? I appeared in 9 searches. 48 profile viewers. X are AI enthusiast. Yes. I think someone deconnected. Well, no, 133 connections. I'm not sure. 132. Something is lying. It's fine. And then Game Fan Politics, biggest project in my life for now. Tomorrow. And Wednesday. Wednesday I have schedule later. I have that weekly meeting. Third EA intro program meeting. And I will put that here. Remember it. I'm thinking about going away from my apartment to do this. I have some options. I could go to tomorrow and Wednesday. Although, can my laptop handle it? Okay, no, okay, that was a stupid question. Although, I have a file which has 200,000 lines. If I try to open that, I don't know about the RAM. Well, we'll see. I will write this here as well. Wasn't it just those three? And with this, learn about every potential use case. I will also start to seek information in general, create a plan, and I'm trying to do some communication practices as well, and drawing, if possible, and news. Speed reading, I will leave that to another day. I wouldn't even be able to handle the information with my normal reading speed, so that's not necessary. Maybe for someone reading fiction, wanting to read twice as fast, yes, sure. My case. Am I missing something? Organize and clean life. I haven't sold anything yet or given away. I started this big project and I'm not doing it actively, but that's for moments, especially in the evening, when I have developed myself so much that I'm exhausted, I can't think, then I can do. That's good, but I will do that as well. So I'm learning new stuff, starting to be updated, start to use AI, or in general develop how I follow news. Think about drawing. In each of these cases, I will also use IRAC. So it's those two tools that I have available. And this is the only visible output. So skills and then some output. It does feel too easy. Have I forgotten something? Getting a job. This will give me a job or get me a job. Understanding. Of course, these tasks were from the earlier. Right now, I have other stuff in my life going on. I don't need to write them here. Like that will continue. Then my social life, some meetings, my work will continue. days. What is the concrete plan? I didn't create any schedule. How will I continue? Today and tomorrow. I'm tempted to end this stream and start meditating on this. Maybe listen to some music while doing it. I have been listening to non-K-pop music, although I started this global top 100 songs playlist, and it contains some K-pop songs, but those are fine. Those are fine. I found a loophole. Now I'm waiting to get to those parts. Yes, I know. Shape of You by Ed Sheeran. It's weird it's here. How old is this song? I'm waiting for Ives Bang Bang, which I saw here, number 54. So I have 24 until that. Then there is Seraphim's Spaghetti. It's not the same as watching the music videos, of course, but a tiny loophole. Not many K-pop songs. Good Goodbye by Wasa. Mamamoo. My bias from that group. Then the top one was Golden from K-pop Demon Hunters. Yes. There were other songs from that as well. Soda Pop. Something else as well, maybe. No. But is it avoidance? Year intro week 3. I will spend an hour to 2 hours this week. That the same as last week. Hopefully we'll get further away. Concrete plans. This I will think about tonight. Start everything at once. I'm gonna do this on stream. Everything that I can off stream. This news I can do on stream. Drawing I can do on stream. Communication I can do on stream. Increasing information. The plan I can do on stream. Aerak. On and off. I'm trying if I can do this quickly. First accept. Because I feel already quite fine. If I followed my habits, I would end this stream right now. But previously I could watch music videos, now I can't. So it will either be just sitting here in silence, watching my white walls, or listening to some music, which is not K-pop. Not that strong, without the visuals especially. Remembered excitement. Yes, I can be excited. I was just thinking about the Iraq and whether I should try to build more without using visual external visualization like this. Should I build it first in my mind without any help, or is there any reason for that, any need to build that capability or that experience that, hey, I have made it in my brain? If I consider the brain chemistry, I don't think it is required at all. It's the same argument that I'm trying to give others, that that it's just an excuse to not receive help. They want to do it by themselves. It's manly also for men. But if you get results, then isn't that the goal? It's not like some physical exercise where you can't cut corners. You should have that foundation, but this is not like that. The brain, yeah, in the brain you don't have, or okay, you will have the increase your confidence But in my case, confidence is not the problem. Where do I need the confidence to change myself? Ridiculous. So what is it if I consider the brain just connections of, or yeah, just connections? If I create a new area with this, that's easy. I can then push forward. But there's always something I can push myself. But the ability to use IRAC is not important to be built before I can build the practical tool. But here I try to remember, or I've realized now many times that tension up, that's causing stress. That's one signal that some things, doing them, require more energy there. After those sessions you're exhausted. Why? It's not just the brain, it's also physical, that you didn't realize that you were tensing up. So that's one way to make difficult work easier, by realizing the physical form. It needs to be perfectly relaxed if you want to make that work relaxed and easy. Okay. So first task for myself. How quickly am I able to change that? Accept integration. For this I don't need to switch the camera. Yeah, it's not important. This will be life work AI. Although, is it life management if it's feelings? Text for a topic. Changing my feelings to just laugh. Does it fit? Yes. Changing my feelings to adjust to the new plan. Nice. Oof. Okay. Okay. The immediate feeling I have is pure resistance, which I have talked about. That can happen in the beginning. It's one-time trick, or maybe two-time trick that the avoidance part of the brain can use. It usually goes away if I just relax, accept it, try again. and it amplifies when I'm a bit tired like now. Although, yeah, excitement. Let's increase that. Excitement. How is the plan? That new way of seeing my life, I'm not used to yet. I need to do some adjustment. The AI is very uncertain. Of course, I use it. I have some idea what it is nowadays, how people use it, but it is definitely an infinite well. IRAC. I can start building, yes, according to that visual, that structure on IRAC as well. There are many questions. I'm not going to build IRAC like this. This is about the feeling. It feels too simple. It feels like I have forgotten something, but because most of the time I have spent on just planning, which this is still just planning. If I take the planning away and remember that previously I also had the entertainment, those two combined just took most of my time. I either killed time by avoiding real work, or then I planned. So of course life will be different if I don't do them. Interestingly, I was trying to receive the feeling that, hey, this feeling should come that I'm trying to get rid of. It doesn't. That means I need to push myself to it by start working on this. Using IRAC is one way, or the simplest way now that I'm not on my computer. If I just say, okay, feeling is not coming, I will just start working then. If it doesn't come, then that's perfect. That's the idea or the goal anyways. I feel that I might be too tired to even feel a problem with this. Maybe there weren't any problem beginning with. I'm waiting for my brain to push back. Some feelings arise that, hey, this is not the life I want. But because I have already forgotten that entertainment, it feels fine just taking this plan. At least it's something. I don't feel that I need to get rid of anything. I have already adjusted to the idea that I have found some very large maximums. So it's easier to adjust to this, that now I have more clear plan. Now I felt a little adjustment to the idea that my life really will be about small things. There's nothing else. I can't focus on bigger problems all the time. That's when you search some answers, search clarity, but you have it. The only thing I haven't considered is that there are people pushing back on this sort of development, reshaping society. They don't want that. They're perfectly happy with this life. They don't care about the environment. They can just move to some other place, have a vacation somewhere else. They like having almost slaves, people so poor they would do anything for them. They like having corrupt societies because they can do crime there. They feel the power. What I haven't really considered that much is how careful should I be if I wanted to live for longer. Of course, is this a paranoia? No, because I don't fear death, but even if there was 1% chance that I'm right, it's still something to be considered. that all of these ideas, these plans sound great, but there is a reason why no one has made them. Or if I can work on this for a year or two, the more I do good, the more there are opposition from shadowy people, I think. And again, it's not, now I'm living like it's not the case, but if I wanted to consider that, how I should adjust my plan, or should I? That's difficult, because then it would get me into the drawing board again. And I hate lying. I hate just acting something and holding back. This plan is built on that naivety. I'm just too lazy to worry about consequences. It's easy for me, even if I died young. So one idea is, if I develop myself this plan forward fast enough that no one, or the reaction is slow, I might get away with it, that the damage is big enough. And these are I'm yapping about my thoughts, and I'm sure they might sound crazy to some, but the potential is very uncertain with me. I don't know about it. But if I really was able to change and yeah, become very successful helper of humanity, then I don't rule it out that I couldn't become more influential than you'd think. That maybe then, oh, okay, couldn't eradicate the threat, but it's, if I moved slower, if I focused my efforts on building the system first, and then when it's ready, I would show it. At that point would be sort of impossible to make it not happen. Whereas if I moved slower, if I just started with ideas and someone saw the potential of harm to their lives, then they could, without me being able to make huge difference, they could stop it. I'm trying to think whether there's any motivation that I would want to do that. Do more research, be more careful. Nothing has happened yet. That's because I have met good people. Holding myself back. It would influence or change the view I get or I give from my life, from my efforts. Okay, the hell with it. I'm not gonna hold back. Because I'm just too lazy. Yes. Death is just death. If it happens. Okay, yeah. No holding back. I think it's fine living this life. Trying to do the maximum and yeah, not caring if someone tries to stop me. Or caring about it the moment, but not being too cautious. Where was I? I was trying to think whether I have any opposition about this plan. Do I feel fully relaxed now? Does it feel right? This is the next weeks, months will be about, or next weeks, let's say, will be about AI. And really I would say the last big initialization, which is the work habits. Then when I'm able to work, be productive, do good results, then yeah, just leverage that on everything. Everywhere. My English is worsening. Thing about motivation, the excitement, is I forget it Also for a reason that it changes every time. But now if I focus on this, if I finally started working towards fewer things, getting more things done, then I'm able to start building or putting the excitement the same place. My mind is partly absent still. This will be my passion. I will create it. I talked about putting some value to the days or setting some goals. What will be the value of that day? Now it's much easier because I can see the bigger picture. And because AI is so, I can just put that, hey, learn new things about AI. So I can settle here. My brain is adjusting pretty well. I'm getting tired. I didn't sleep that well and I didn't take a nap today. So the idea, or if I'm just still and think about this, feel about this plan, there's nothing wrong. But then if I ask, okay, am I ready to dive into AI, start executing those plans, I feel negative about that. Let me try to work on it. What's the reason? Diving into anything, I'm hesitating. So I have the bigger picture. There's no need to plan anymore that. I have set myself a goal, which is very strong. Feels right. What other choice I have? Everything makes sense. I got a feeling that this must be a dream. I can't live like this life. The entertainment and the private vlogs that has made Mark left the mark. Simple life. Simple, chill life. So I feel a feeling that, or it's very common, familiar. I just can't move from planning to doing. But if I break it now, what could be the reason? Or okay, I don't have to think about it like that. I just try to do and see what's holding me back. And okay, not do, but mentally. If I now just put the headset on, start working, I don't fix the problem. The problem is before I start to do, I have a thought, I have a feeling about it. Changing that requires doing this in my brain or on my mind. What is that feeling? Simple life. And when I consider these topics, world peace, I know for many might feel very big thing, but in reality, the most difficult part is not knowing what you want to do. but it's the same with philosophy. You have stumbled upon the philosophy and the knowledge already, but you didn't realize what it meant. This is the same. In the end, it's very simple. It's like I'm trying to learn AI. Yes, okay. Let's open a website. Let's go there. Let's read 10 pages of some text. I don't understand it. Let's dig deeper. Use time for this. There's nothing special there. There's nothing difficult other than the purpose, the motivation. But when I have that, so in that sense, very simple life. Okay, for money, I think I already have motivation. Let's say the politics. That as well. Because learning new things, history is super interesting. Geography, I have always liked learning about countries. Rivers I never learned. I only learned first flags, then countries, or was it country names? Then their locations more precisely, and then capitals. But I never learned more. Sporkle is a website that I learned many of these. Games about, well, anything. There are games about learning K-pop idols. So politics, reading news is interesting also. Especially if you have the capability, mindset to dig deeper. What I did last week was I enabled this idea that I can finally get interested, or I'm excited to learn new information. So politics, I would say definitely there, yes. And business, maybe I was just lucky with the people who I have met already, but I really like business people, business oriented, social, active, extroverted. Those are the people who do. They don't just swell on some philosophy too much. It's practice. It's hey, let's do something. Hmm. I don't want to see the day when, or if it fades, that I find myself around people who are just pure evil, trying to get all the money from the poor. But even then, would I walk away? No, of course not. There are still people I want to help. Maybe to realize, hey, what if you did more good than that? I think most people will enjoy helping others and yeah, being good more than being evil by purpose. No. Purposely. Okay. AI. Okay. When I think about AI, I also think about Iraq. Potential is there. Because it's something uncertain, then it automatically is not easy. I have avoided uncertainty my whole life. It's not a problem. I sense that my mind doesn't want to go any steps further into the idea what it would look like. Have I even pictured, visualized, or dreamed what learning AI would look like? Now I realize I haven't. So this is reaching already. Let's think past. That I'm writing these notes and just let's use AI to give me ideas, plan things further. I'm mainly feeling the bad feeling from using browsers and chatbots there, especially Gemini. I don't like it. The way it breaks if I make the window half the screen. Just jumps to the beginning and then I need to scroll. Maybe because I need to hide work stuff. takes a few steps more. I don't want to use the mouse that much. It gives me too long messages, and I never learned to prompt it properly. So I have tried to use AI as quickly as possible just to get away from it. But if I now take my time with it, I can open a few chatbots. I have money to test out different services. Gemini I have until August at least. Now I have also Copilot, where I use the Claude Opus 4.6 that uses 1% each time of my monthly credit. So 3 of those in a day. But okay, I have 12 days left. I can use quite many. So every time I've tried to use AI is for some purpose, that hey, I need this. But having time to test it out, I haven't felt that peace or peacefulness. I'll take a break. AI. The problem was I didn't have a good idea what this meant. Lacking a vision. You can't just remove something, or just like I was trying to make it move, but without giving it direction, where to move. How annoying would that be if someone tried that? So AI, having more conversation with it. Yes, testing different ones, reading news. That's so nice. Being on top of things, being able to invest in it. And then using it. So not just practicing, but actually using it. If I could create a website in 10 minutes, why shouldn't I? So become very good at understanding the code, the requirements. I can test different browser AI integrations, the side panels, how it reads the website. Hey, summarize this. Or I can create a podcast from some text that I'm trying to learn. I can try different language learning apps and pay for the first month, week. Many of them are quite expensive. How does this sound like? I still feel that something is missing from this life, this plan. Is it entertainment? Relationship, okay. Finding a partner. After ending entertainment, I deleted TikTok 2 weeks ago, maybe. Then a week ago. When was that? Was it last Thursday? I don't even remember. Is it 2 weeks ago I removed the K-pop? I want to check this. Send my friend a message about it. Let's see. It feels ages ago. February 6th. 6th of AI, it was on Tuesday. No, wait, no, 6th. No, it's 16th. Okay, yeah, it was 2 weeks ago. Yeah, it was ages ago. So after that, I don't see entertainment from anywhere. It's winter. Everyone wears heavy clothing, so I don't see women much. And yeah, if I don't think about it, if my environment doesn't show it, then I'm not that interested. I forget, oh yeah, partner, sex. That's just how it goes. Partner. It's getting, in a way, more difficult, but maybe also easier. That the further I go with this, more likely we'll find one. Okay, no. Yeah, I will definitely find someone who shares the same lifestyle and some values, but okay, I'm not. It's not that interesting right now. There's no need for it to think it deeper, but is there anything else missing? Constant planning, yes, I will get rid of that. It feels so different from what I have envisioned before. I never thought that I would find their limits. I'm probably not good at explaining this, but it's the difference between watching outside from inside and then watching from outside inwards. The scale is different. Before I was looking at the stars and it was endless, but now I'm looking at this mess, but also very small plan. I'm too tired to make any sense of this. Why does it feel wrong, or maybe not wrong, but too different? What was the vision before? I think because before everything was more difficult, I had built into the vision that my life would be difficult. That of course it would be reaching. I need to make effort to do this, to think. I never thought that as my life would get forward, more complex from outside perspective, that my experience would go to the other direction. that I just become calmer and more relaxed all the time, and my life is super simple. Yeah, good that it turned out this way. Can't really explain. I can't. Huh? Complain. Again, I felt that emptiness. This is too clear. This is too small. This is too simple. But it will get complex once I start scheduling. Once I start getting comfortable with working all day, every day. In my vision is to develop this always on hierarchy structure. And until now, it's impossible to build that because I have no thoughts to put there. But now, with this development, once I start working, I will have those. When I think about some problem every day, some common or some questions might be, hey, what is the best way to help today, help the world? Or what could be a new innovation? Those questions and more specific questions about some projects, new way to create user interface. I will start visualizing them, start drawing more and more, and become better at them and find new ways, new potential. There is at least that part of my brain that wants to avoid work, that uses the argument or wants to push me towards planning, that now with this development it will lose. So handling that is at least something I could do. Trying to sense if there is anything else. Although why wouldn't I just remove that first and then I could notice it better if there's something else. So removing the need to plan my life. From this moment on, I'm already, well, I have the big vision. What else could I plan? Now it's just about the knowledge, how I will face, navigate this reality. I'm trying to question that avoidance, that friction, whether it has some interesting reasons why I shouldn't stop planning. I feel it's just sad and wrong. Doesn't have anything. Yeah. So it's just about giving a new vision of how the brain should work, how it should feel about this, and moving on. That's the case, I would say that this level of development feeling changes, that they don't bring any new exciting ones. That was fun when I still had those moments of suddenly realizing something. Oh, it's so distant. How many realizations I have had. Yeah, those times. Thinking about philosophy or psychology and realize, oh, I was so young. So young a few months ago. Oh my. But okay, let's finalize this. So AI, politics, economics, philosophy, psychology, communication. And of course, in the vision, my life will get more and more clear, like the cleaning of those emails that I did today. It's one example of it. But every time I have, not every time, but many times I have not liked the idea of those 15,000 or more emails I have had from 2012. Now it's clear. I will do that with my files as well, with my physical belongings. Life will get so clear. Okay, I had this doubt again whether this life leads me to happy life, or this plan leads me to happy life. I thought about how almost every relationship I have, connection, has turned into development sessions, questions about their philosophies. That I have sort of ended some chapter. I just had a doubt that, yeah, but no, that's not the case. Like right now, I could deepen myself into some history about northern France or India-Pakistan relationship. I could learn about some AI tool. And many of these are still new. That's why I do feel those doubts whether I really want to do them. But no, it's just about pushing the boundary far enough. So reaching beyond that concept. Then everything is fine. Living in this moment. Okay. It's 11:15. No, okay, no, wait. Yeah, I got distracted. I actually didn't finish the AI feeling change. Needs to be, I need to be very still, relaxed, and not try to push it forward. And then on that state, when I make the change completely, or make the change happen, I should feel naturally excited about it. So no cheating. So AI. I'm almost there. Maybe just saying AI. How do I feel about it? I had this thought that I have kind of avoided AI or thought badly about it because it's something I don't have time for. Now it's different. So AI. AI. Now remember the risk that I talked earlier. It would be so easy life if I... It would be so easy if I didn't have this large plan, large target. If I just aimed for, oh my, how easy life would be. Of course, I wouldn't have developed this far without having this very large goal. But still, the idea of just being interested in AI or anything, trying to get a job, build a family, and be just moderately into politics, or oh my. Oh, how easy people have it. At least with their goal. They don't have to invent new technology, new ideas, new philosophy, new. Okay, yeah. A system. Just work for someone. Get money, get pay. What that life would look like. Oh my. Being selfish. Getting money from others and not caring about. Although I think those people would have some problems with themselves, but yeah, in other way, or oh my, okay. Still a hint of work to do with AI. So AI, yes, it has its issues, definitely, the dangers, and this whole plan has that risk of getting into the early grave. Maybe that idea. I didn't make the change into subconsciousness, but yeah, let's do that. So getting into the early grave. It's not certain. And I do want to help everyone. I want to help the overall level of happiness and life experience for everyone, including the super rich. That's one idea, yeah. But focusing on giving the vision to everyone, trying to eliminate the danger. Although religion is difficult, yes. Okay, maybe that's the problem. They have their own visions of what is best. Individual level, I can't do that. Or it's possible to create a perfect life for everyone, but religion restricts that. For Israel, perfect life is when they conquer everything. For Russia, not everything, but from river to river. And I guess, I don't think it's for Christianity mostly. They would, the people who follow it would like everyone to convert into it. I don't think Muslims as well. It's just extremes. But religion is, in general, doesn't really like the idea of human technological development. Although that development would enable more fun life, more resource-rich life. I don't know where this will lead me. Okay, now I try to think about myself from outside perspective. Yeah, it is weird. The stuff that I do, losing sanity. I feel that sanity is becoming back. I'm getting closer to people after I developed my purpose in life and came away from the no meaning. That's so weird that I have forgotten. Oh yeah, I fundamentally I don't have any, or there isn't any meaning in this life, but because I just build that meaning into my brain, there is. Okay, now I got over the 50% mark at least with this AI. Okay, what is the next challenge then? Iraq. How do I think about Iraq? Iraq is there. It's available, it's ready. And because I have so simple this plan, a life, there should be space for it. Quite well. I think it's mostly just what do I want to achieve? that money is quite good. It's a clear goal. That's why people like it. That making that million or 10 million, 100,000, 10,000 in your bank account, something. That billionaire is not very good first step, at least. Millionaire is better. Almost any company, business can lead into making millions, but billions is that requires a certain type of company, certain type of new invention, service. Meaning that if I had an idea, hey, this could be a business, I already knew it would make billions, then if my aim was there, I wouldn't even start it. But of course, making successful business anyways, or employing some people, especially if business does good, then yeah, concentration, space, some wellness business where people rent rooms where they can relax, they can work on themselves, they can set goals. That is a business I could start. I don't know if there's any familiar or similar in Tampere. I could get a look into that. And if there isn't any or in Finland, then it's easy to just copy that concept. Pretty sure at least Japan has that. But it has to have that physical space. But the idea is great. I would love that. Hey, I will pay 10 euros or 20 euros, 2 hours to get a drink, go there, do some work, force myself. It's like a gym, but for prey. It's not scalable. That's scalable, at least. I don't know. How would people... Yeah, okay. Where was I? Iraq, yes. So what's my feeling about that? Just thinking about it tenses my shoulders. Now that I have this plan, economics, democracy, and AI, and helping community, helper of humanity, there is reason for me to store the information, because before that I didn't really trust myself. Was this really what I wanted to do? But I can make IRAC usage easier by changing how I feel about this. This really is what I want to do. I really did spend 6 hours again planning. This is another look into what I have done for the past 4 years. This needs another type of adjustment, not just changing these feelings, but actually some time. I'm sure tomorrow I'm fine already, but I have used music videos to daydream, dream about the future with the new developed brain that adjusts it to the next step, or to that new step. Now I'm using music without visuals. I think, yeah, that's what I will do. Okay. Okay. Oh, very large terminal. Too large, in fact. What was it? Modified AI nodes, large conversion to do. Huh? Can I wait? Okay. Just checking. Did I? No. That's good. 50. Very nice.